As the crew, the senior staff of Deep Space 17, or at least some of them, have returned to the station to face the crimes that they're currently being charged for. Whether or not they've made these allegations, whether or not they are guilty or not, the station is also on high alert due to a visit with a from a council member from the Federation that's currently on the station. As all hands are on deck in case of, well, anything at this point. And with that, we will start the scene off with Commander Reef, and as most of all of you, except for Garibaldi, who is currently taking up residence at the villa on the surface below with the Quathian grounds. Whether or not he takes up permanent residency there is another question altogether, but we will start off with Commander Arif. The Admiral has been nice to you, Commander, as while it's not your normal quarters, you've been taking up residency in one of the guest quarters under guard with limited replicator access, mainly for food and beverages. And all of your command authorizations have been restricted since your arrival a couple days ago.
Certainly fair, and a replicator has gotten a little bit of use. Any chance it can replicate books as well?
No. Cannot replicate any physical objects. However, there's a pad for light reading, just no paperbacks.
That's fair. You can't beat a classic, but hey, the Kindle will do. Well, I mean, if he's left to his lonesome, he's probably just, you know what, this is actually the first break he's gotten in, well, quite some time. Letting future worries be exactly that, and past experiences staying there for the moment. He's just keeping himself enraptured in some good books.
As you're deep in thought, not sure how many times the door chime has rang, but it appears that there's someone at the door.
Oh, enter.
Commander Reef.
Good morning. How may I help you today?
I am Commander Abrito of the Judge Advocate General. I assume you've been read your rights.
I have, though I do have a couple questions about the charges, if I may.
Right. Your charges are dereliction of duty, unauthorized use of a Starfleet vessel, theft of Starfleet property, the USS Ranger, including all of its containments, as well as a violation of Treaty of Elgeron.
Um, you see, with all due respect, sir, perhaps you can explain it to me, but I feel like some of those charges conflict.
I'll remind you, I am the prosecutor in this case. I wish to ask you a few questions. If you wish to continue down this matter, I can and will use that against you in your in the board of inquiry that is to take place in a couple days. If you don't mind, Commander, I could wait until your defense counsel arrives.
I don't see a need for that. I'd be happy to answer your questions. However, um, I was, I must admit to still being somewhat befuddled and flummoxed on the contradiction of the charges themselves. But um, if you're un, if you would prefer to ask the questions rather than explain it to me, that's completely understandable, and you may.
If you have questions about the charges, I suggest you take it up with your defense counsel and the person who will be presiding as the judge in this case.
Oh, that's fair. But being as how you're the one charging me, I figured best go to
I'm not the
the
one
source.
charging you, sir. It's Starfleet.
Oh, I understand, but at the moment, you're the representation of Starfleet in this matter.
Of course, sir.
But please, have a seat. Would you like something to eat or drink?
No, it's quite all right. Hmm.
You know, well, no, never mind. Do you mind if I get myself something to drink?
Not at all.
A reef shall do so and return and sit down patiently.
Commander, you. I wish to explain the logs on board the USS Ranger. Well, the fact of their lack of logs.
Understand?
Have you
Uh,
or anyone under your supervision or others who were on board the Ranger did any actions that therefore are of note to erase the logs on board the USS Ranger?
Out of character question, we didn't, right? I don't remember doing that.
You roleplay it as you see how you think it. I'm not going to say anything.
Um, Arif's gonna think about that for a moment and say, I honestly don't believe so. I'm not in every area of the ship at all times. I can assure you that I didn't. I'm sure you can ask, uh, I'm sure you can ask the other members of the crew as to whether or not they did or not.
I tend to do so, though I wish to speak to you first on this matter. Speaking of which, one of your members has taken up resident at the embassy on the planet, Quethian embassy on the planet below. Uh, could you please enlighten me on as to why they decided to take such actions? Does not bode well for them in court.
No, of course. Well, I think we collectively agree that the Kuathians are a a an empire that, um, well, quite frankly, is highly worthy of being an ally and a highly worthy ally. Um, as I understand it, a request was made uh, for our continued presence um, by the ambassador, and well, all of us, I believe, would have been willing um, to follow it, but as we discussed it, actually, sorry, as I rationalized, um, I figured that putting, um, oh God, I've never called him by his rank, Lieutenant Quinix, um, on the as our representative made the most sense as we get closer and closer to our continuing to our next step in the continuing relationship with the Empire.
I feel like that was a word salad. So, um,
Sorry.
uh, noted, Commander. Why did you take the Ranger out?
Oh, I had
That's
to, of course, I had to ascertain the situation following up on the request for asylum.
You're saying the current ruler of the Kuathian Empire, the Empress, was seeking asylum?
Um, yes. Arif will say, looking a little confused that the prosecutor doesn't know this, but I apologize. I thought you would have been informed. The ambassador to the Kuathian Empire came to me with on behalf of um, the now Empress, looking for for asylum, since Starfleet uh, typically puts that type of decision into the hands of the station commander or captain of a ship. Uh, I took it upon myself to gather more information before giving him my answer.
So you admit to taking the Ranger on a clandestine operation to retrieve someone that you may believe was seeking asylum rather than coming straight here on their own will.
That sounded like a lot of vocabulary uh, simply designed to twist matters into something that's better for your case. Could you please try again and perhaps ask a little simpler?
I'll reframe it for the court later on.
Then I'll look forward to answering it then.
And the salvage of a cloaking device.
Granting, you mean granting the request of the Klingon ambassador?
The Klingon ambassador does not. There was no formal request for you to salvage such a cloaking device, nor gave you direct permission of it. I'm just simply curious as to why you, well, had Lieutenant Commander Vogel retrieve a cloaking device. There's clear records of it through the transport logs on board the Sentry, as well as the logs of avoiding a Klingon patrol craft in that area at the time.
Well, I believe for the first question, it was asked and answered by my previous statement. As to the second question, I don't believe that Klingon internal politics are necessarily appropriate to your case. However, as to the formality of the request, Arif will chuckle a bit. You have to understand, we're 17 is not currently in Federation space, and we are our own little pocket of Federation in the area. The fact of the matter is, things get done a little bit less formally here, and sometimes that's necessary to keep us all safe, especially when we're surrounded by, well, not Federation. But that's diplomacy, and with all due respect, your specialty is law.
Where is there was a fifth individual, a human female, according to sensor logs, which all identity records have been conveniently or purged from the data records on GS17. Can you enlighten to who this individual was? Allegations report that it could have been the supposed niece to Dr. Mountains. I believe it's listed as a Miss Faye Hawkins.
I don't, in all honesty, believe that Dr. Mountain actually has a niece. As to as to the Arif will kind of furrow his brow a little bit, though these allegations about the logs in 17's mainframe are quite disturbing. Uh, please, as 17's commander, what can you tell me about that?
I'm sorry, Commander. I'm not at liberty to say anything on that matter. All I can tell you is there there are no records. And as far as I'm aware, the station chief of security is looking into it.
Oh, well, if she's looking into it, I imagine you'll have your answer in no time. She's, well, uh, seems quite able in the brief amount of time I've worked with her.
So the actions you've taken with the ranger to head into questing space, your words, to for retrieve the empress for asylum. The other three members, Lieutenant Garibaldi Quinix, Lieutenant Commander Sarah Vogel, along with Dr. Zachary Mountain, and the fourth unnamed female. Let me finish, please, Commander. That you all knowing and willing did this on your own free will.
Looking a little confused, he says, I suppose we all follow orders of our own free will, though that seems like more of a philosophy question than a legal one.
I'm asking, did you order any of them to accompany you?
Of course I did. I wasn't gonna go on an away mission by myself.
So you ordered your first officer, Lieutenant Gabriel de Quinix.
My senior staff, yes.
All right. I think I have all I need. Um, have a good day, Commander. See you in court.
Actually, if I may, uh, you still haven't explained to me exactly about the charges. Are you sure you're not willing to do that?
Charge of dereliction of duty is the fact that you left your post without informing your direct superior, which would be Admiral Felix Keller, along with the unauthorized use of a Starfleet vessel after seizing the USS Ranger without filing proper uh, mission or request, as well as whatever was contained on there, and the illegal use of a cloaking device on a Federation starship, which is the violation of the Treaty of Alderaan.
Um,
Klingons are denying all matters whether you performed illegal salvage, so can't charge you for stealing that.
well, of course not, because, well, we've already gone over that. Fair enough. And if I may ask one more question,
Sure.
are you also going to be the prosecutor assigned to the case of the Starfleet officers who um, murdered several dozen Calathians?
I am not aware of such case. And if there is such a case, it may have been assigned to someone else, or I may be assigned to it. Currently, I am not assigned to such a case.
Well, isn't that a pity? Good day, prosecutor. I hope your round of questionings goes swimmingly.
Good luck, Commander, for what it's worth.
I guess I would say same to you, but that seems a little self-defeating.
Touche. And he exits your guest quarters.
Reef will pick up the pad, take a sip of his drink, and um, I suppose go back to reading.
What is Vogel doing currently? Well, at least besides being locked down in a guest quarters on the station.
Probably is reading or something. Enter.
Hope I'm not intruding, Lieutenant Commander Vogel.
No. Come on in.
I am Commander Pito, the Judge Advocate General. I will be the prosecutor in the case against you. Have you been read your rights?
I have the list here, but if you wouldn't mind going over them again.
You have the right to counsel. If counsel cannot, Starfleet will affordably give you access to a counsel, whether or not you are, and you do have the right to choose a counsel of your own. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say and do can be used against you in a court of law. Do you wish to have a counsel with you?
It is my right.
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions then?
You may.
Lieutenant Commander, have you were you on this mission on your own free will, or was you ordered to do this mission by Commander Reef?
Isn't that something you should already know?
There's some discrepancies in this. I wish to make sure that I have all the facts in order.
Don't you think that is something you should probably have in order before bringing charges?
It's whether or not the charges of dereliction of duty stick to you, Lieutenant Commander. The four of you being charged with to have the same charges being applied to you currently. There is no record of this operation, let alone the unlawful use of a cloaking device, as well as the USS Ranger. Your escapade into the Quathian Empire is seen as an unlawful act, as well as could it be grounds for violation of the Prime Directive.
Well, if you're sure on all that, surely you don't need to ask me any more questions.
Sorry, 1 second, phone call. Sorry about that. Where were we? Questioned you by the certain allegation of whether or not you received it or not, and then you asked, I should know, the prosecutor that he should already know the answer to that. Is that right?
Yeah, pretty much.
So you were also the one that went and salvaged the cloaking device. Is that correct? I know you weren't absent for the game, but your character did retrieve it.
No, I know. What is it you want, prosecutor?
To get to the truth of the matter, Commander. I guess
Don't you think this might be a little inappropriate for you to be here without my counsel, asking me these
I asked if you wish to have your counsel present.
asking me potentially incriminating questions?
If you don't wish to speak on the matter without your counsel, you have that right, and I will leave until your counsel arrives. If you wish to do that. He
As
did
I said,
ask.
prosecutor,
He read you right.
I would imagine you have everything you need if you're moving forward with this.
Very well. Good day, Commander. And he leaves. Is there anything else you wish to do?
I would imagine she's confined, so she's just going to enjoy the time off, I guess.
Dr. Mountain, is there anything that you wish to do?
I'm going to go over any available logs that I missed while I was away. See if there's any new papers pertaining to my different kinds of research. And I will also try to get in contact with the captain.
As you work on the terminal to make a call to a certain, discharged Starfleet officer, New Zealand penal colony. How can I help you?
Hi, I was wondering if Keller had an opportunity to speak with me today. I'm Dr. Zachary Norton.
Are you referring not to Keller, to Morgan?
Morgan, sorry. Yeah.
Because the Admiral is on the station.
Oh, different.
They have the same first
Morgan,
name.
Aha, that's confusing. Okay, so
Yes.
Morgan.
1 second.
Thank you.
Sorry, I do not have a Felix Morgan currently assigned to the New Zealand penal colony.
Oh, was he discharged or?
I have no record of him ever being here. That's odd.
Oh, I must be mistaken. Thanks. Click. I disengage. Huh. Is there any access, public access to things? Hmm.
Certain, yeah.
Was there ever a code or a frequency in which Quinix had mentioned?
He did
In
not.
case
No.
no emergency number. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna see if I can contact the Coathian ambassador.
This is Major Jula of the Lathian Empire. How can I
Yes.
help you, Doctor?
Hi, good to speak with you. I'm looking for Landor, Ambassador Landor. I was wondering if he was available.
May I ask you what this is about?
Well, it's a personal matter, firstly. However, I are you on the surface on the planet?
Currently, yes, as well as the ambassador following a couple of guests.
Yes. Great. I was wondering if I could speak with a Landar and Garibaldi Quinix,
I'm sorry,
if
who?
they're available. One of your guests.
We don't
But I'd
have
like
a.
to speak
We do not have
and
one of those.
Ambassador Landar. Yes. Apparently you're not very informed of the situation. Okay, great. I apologize. Let me start from the beginning. Go ahead.
Are you sure you wish to have this conversation over communications?
Sure.
Very well.
That's how I contact. I am aware of the situation. So, Ambassador Landar is available soon?
Dr. Mountain.
Ambassador, pleasure to see you again. I hope you're doing well.
The pain has subsided.
Good. That's good to hear. I was wondering if I could talk to you for a moment. And also perhaps pass on a message, if you would. It's nothing clandestine, if that's consideration. However, I would like to speak to you a little bit. If things go sour in this trial, which I hope it doesn't, hoping to at least keep a commission of some sort. But anyway, if not, then I was wondering if I could take up the Empress's offer of asylum.
I think.
I'm not asking. I'm sure I'll have time served, but I still would like to help you and your people. That was my mission. So there's going to
We'll
be.
discuss the matter when things have settled down. Perhaps keep such thoughts to yourself on monitored communications.
Yeah,
Good-
I was not
good-
trying to hide this from them, but anyway.
Understood.
Would you have Garibaldi if you ever happen to be near him. Check on Felix Morgan. He's not in where we thought he was. Just a curiosity of mine, I guess. Anyway, thanks for your time. It's gonna be a harrowing couple of days, but hopefully it'll be working out. So I have high hopes anyway.
Well, if I ever see Mr. Quinix, I'll let him know.
Thanks.
Good luck,
And
Doctor.
Ambassador, you and your family, and hope we're doing well. I'll speak to you again, perhaps.
Perhaps. And he cuts the communications. So to kind of remind the table who Felix Morgan is, he is the captain who took command of the Sovereign Expedition during the time jump and ran the ship aground, getting it destroyed, and was found guilty and court-martialed and sent to New Zealand.
We don't like him.
We don't have to like it. Anyway, that's all I would do. Actually, I'll send a note to my sister. Hope you've been well. I may be coming your direction sooner rather than later. So it'd be good to catch up. I'll let you know where I am. Either way. Zacko. He turns it off. Enter. He stands up.
Dr. Mountain, just to clarify, have you been read your rights?
Have I been read by? Will you repeat the right?
Do not go through this. I guess I have to go through this really good. You have the right to an attorney. Attorney will be provided for you unless you choose otherwise. Blah, 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 spiel. Do you understand these rights?
I do, thank you.
Do you wish to have counsel present?
Yes.
Understood. Then we will have this conversation later. Sorry to intrude on you, Doctor.
No, what was your name again? I'm Zach. Nice to meet you.
Commander Apito. I am the prosecutor in this trial.
Understood. How's it going so far?
I don't think you want me to answer that question, Doctor.
I do, actually. Unless you would like counsel present.
You're being charged with dereliction of duty, unauthorized use of a Starfleet vessel, the theft of Starfleet property, including the USS Ranger and its containments, along with the violation of the Treaty of Alderaan.
Interesting. Well, you probably have some information about some of those things. So, that's good. Is there any information you can give me that would be already revealed or in a document that I could look at? I would like to, check it out myself. But I would like a counsel at some point.
The Ranger was, I'm sure everything you're quite well of, but all of the information will be handed over to you.
Thank you. I can take it on that screen, or just let me know when it's available.
I would suggest you go over the documentation with your counsel.
What else am I going to read?
Good day, Doctor. And he leaves the room.
not self-incriminate. And he goes back and starts reading medical logs or whatever's available. Sips his Roctagino.
Before we go down to the embassy, sorry, 1 second. I moved things around and I'm trying to figure out where everything's at again in Roll20. So this part I'm probably gonna have to double talk for a little bit for the setting the stage.
You could tell Keller to dismiss all the charges and just have a Reef handle it.
Walking into essentially the station commander's office, but currently where Admiral Keller's taking up residency as he's currently back on double duty shift running the station and being an admiral. Vogel, do you want to play Keller or do you just go ahead and double speak?
Go ahead and double speak.
Captain Prax, please have a seat. Thank you, Admiral. Well, we made it one piece with Federation Council member and Admiral Keeson. Well, I'm sure hopefully their guest quarters are to their satisfaction. I believe so, sir. Oh. Good. That's not why I called you here, though. As you're aware, Commander Reef, as well as Lieutenant Commander Sarah Vogel and Dr. Mountain have turned themselves in here on the station, while Lieutenant Quinix remains at the Kuwaitian embassy. Currently, the Board of Inquiry is being held tomorrow, and since you are a neutral party in all of this, I'd like you to preside as the judge for the inquiry. Of course, sir. This is appointment from the JAG. Unfortunately, you're the only one available for it. Good luck, Commander, and see you in court, apparently, as well. Well, noted, sir. If you don't mind, going to do a little light reading on things. You do that, Captain. And Captain Prax stands up, gives a nod, and exits the Admiral's office. A few moments later, the station chief of security chimes in and walks in the door. Yes, Lieutenant. Um, Sir, I was unable to track down who altered the security logs, but I am fairly certain it was Miss Hawkins that boarded the Ranger before their departure. Noted. Save it for the JAG. Yes, sir. I will compile all my reports for you. Dismiss, Lieutenant. Yes, sir. And we'll cut down to the embassy. And I feel like, yeah. And I'm wondering if I was muted to do part of that.
Nope.
This is why I don't like doing double speak. Yes. We're gonna cut down to the embassy. Just for clarification, I probably was muted the entire time because I'm trying to multitask.
We got Prax and Keller's.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm muted during Lane. Lane reported that she was.
No, we got that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we got
We got
I'm
everything.
losing it. I swear, I'm losing it. I know.
Are you
Garrett,
at it to begin with?
we are back on the embassy on the planet below with Garibaldi as you are enjoying a little luxury where you're kind of in your, out in, I guess, an atrium area, nice big pool, laying down on a, nice big, couch area and just kind of living it up, relaxing.
Oh, okay.
Well, at least until you can figure things out with Faye. That's when the ambassador comes to you. Mr. Garibaldi, here's sent along a message from the doctor.
Really?
Yes. He attempted to make contact with this Felix Morgan, and apparently he's not where he's supposed to be.
Huh. I have no idea why the doctor would be interested in that.
Just don't know either. As he just kind of looks confused, like, what's this all about?
Honestly, Ambassador, I have no idea why the doctor's asking about a disgraced Starfleet captain, unless he's looking for tips for his stay in the rehab colony. I mean, I guess that's not a bad way to go. Is to go ahead and pre-plan, which faction you're going to be a part of ahead of time.
Prison. Usually they'll just kill me before that happens.
That's kind of my attitude about being in prison. As you can tell by the fact that I'm here. Have there been any attempts by Starfleet to pressure you into expelling me from the embassy?
Not yet. I'm sure eventually, once this board of inquiry begins, they're going to pressure you to attend. Though there has been a request from the prosecution on the Judge Advocate General, or whatever it is, to question you on certain things down here. But I have denied on your behalf.
I appreciate that. I see no advantage at all in talking to the prosecutor. Certainly not without a skilled defense attorney. I think I have other plans. I may eventually go back and face the music, but I've got things I need to do beforehand. I don't mean to overextend my welcome, but could use a couple favors. I fear you guys owe me.
And to what favor is that?
They're not difficult things. You got any doctors that are skilled in facial reconstruction? Perhaps even changing genetic markers.
Facial reconstruction can be done, but changing genetic markers could. At least the last time I embarked on such endeavors, well, just to say it was not a pleasant experience.
It usually isn't. But if nothing else, I'm going to need to, before I can go back to the station, I need to get your other guest disappeared, which means completely changing her appearance, finding a way to make her show up. Well, I'm going to have to change her genetic markers for that, but I need to change her appearance, and I need a secure communications panel that I can use to access Federation databases from. Out of character price, I'd like to use my intelligence officer power to have whatever the appropriate device would be to let me covert access Federation convoys.
I believe I can get you a secure panel where you can access certain networks that are available to us. As for the changes for your friend, have you discussed this with her?
Not yet, but I'll need to go see her. Figure out what she'd like to look like and what she wants her new name to be. Because if she doesn't change her appearance and identity, there's not a whole lot of point. She'll never be able to leave your embassy.
Well, there are ways to get her off easily, but
you make a good point. I should have further conversation with her about what she wants. Last time I spoke to her, she wasn't. I don't know if she was at. She didn't seem like she was ready to make that decision yet. I may need that doctor for both of us. I haven't decided yet. But the doctor and the comm panel, that's what I need. Those are the favors I need. I should probably go find Faye and talk to her. Ambassador, I appreciate your assistance, and you're allowing us to stay here. truly believe what we did in helping your empress was the right thing to do, but I broke a whole lot of laws doing it.
And if anyone is coming to your defense, do you wish to let them know you're here?
If Starfleet has appointed me defense counsel, yes. I'll need an attorney to negotiate any kind of plea bargain anyway. So thank you, yes.
I'll get that terminal to you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Remind me where Faye, you got Faye quartered. I'll go have that talk with her.
She's in the West Wing currently.
Thank you, Ambassador. And Garibaldi's gonna, unless the Ambassador has anything else to ask him, Garibaldi's gonna go in search of Faye.
The villa is actually quite large. It's like old, thick, classical Mediterranean architecture meeting modern day, and then adding sci-fi, futuristic stuff in it. But yeah, it's a fairly big place.
Well, if I go live in a gilded cage.
It's a pretty nice cage.
Yep. Now I'll make my way over to Faye's part of the compound.
Garibaldi.
Yeah, Faye. How are you settling in?
Far nicer of the Kulathian accommodations we've been to.
Well, that's certainly true. Your health good? No more relapses of the other issues Dr. Mountain had to deal with?
No. Seem to be doing all right.
Good. Looks like both of us have some choices to make. We got to decide whether or not we're going to run. And frankly, I recommend that for you. Whoever that was that projected that hologram before we left DS-17 the first time, probably not going to stop looking for you. And if you end up in New Zealand, be pretty easy to find and kill. You, of course, can take your chances if you want. Outrun your life. You can stay here. As gilded cages go, this one's pretty nice. Could probably have a fairly comfortable life here. Or you can run. The ambassador gives a doctor, do facial reconstruction, change your appearance, mine too if I decide to go that way, and I can get into the Federation databases and write you a new identity. The choice is up to you. If you want to run, yeah, tell me what you want to look like and who you want to be. Or where you want to go.
To be honest, I kind of want to think on that for a while.
Might not have a whole lot of, well, I guess we have all the time in the world, but the problem is if I decide to turn myself in, I need to go sooner than later. And perhaps the Galathians can help you rebuild your identity, but I don't know. I don't know what their abilities are in that area. And I'm certainly not going to give them my backdoor codes to the Federation databases. I may be a criminal, but I'm not a traitor. So I tell you what, tell me who you want to be. Give me a name and a generic idea. I'll rebuild you the new. I'll build you an alternate identity, and then you can decide at your leisure if you want to use it or not. Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Oh, I should mention the other alternative is that I'm either going to turn myself in or I'm going to run, and I'm going to go hunt down the people behind, well, you and others like you. If I do that, you want to come with me? I can't promise you that'll be safe. I'll probably get us both killed, but I should at least give you the option.
Yeah, I think I will help you on that. Though they're really powerful people. You should know that. And with what limited knowledge I have, I think Starfleet intelligence is responsible, is at least maybe potentially in on it. Or they have connections.
I just realized that I lost the internet at home, my internet connection at home. And I have no idea what the last thing you heard from me was.
You asked Faye if you wanted her to come with you to hunt the people responsible for essentially her creation.
What did she say?
She said yes, though she believes that their Starfleet intelligence knows about it or potentially behind it, or there's some sort of connection there, given everything that she went through.
That I have no doubt about, especially after running into an intelligence team in Calathian territory. It'll be entertaining going up against my own peers. All right, well, you spend some time thinking. I'm gonna go rebuild our identity. I'm gonna go build you and I a couple of alternate identities. You'll look great as a redhead, trust me. And then Garrett Boy's gonna leave before she gets a chance to respond.
Anything else Garibaldi's doing?
Gearboy's going to start making use of that secure panel to begin working on him and Faye's new identities.
As you boot into the terminal, you notice that it's through essentially collecting intelligence, but there's a secure line into essentially the Federation network.
Fantastic. Just add an extra layer of protection. I'm gonna bounce it off a couple of Federation convoys before sending it to probably the Sol system. Is that still where Federation headquarters is?
That's still where Starfleet
The
headquarters
center
is
of
at.
Federation government.
Yes.
I imagine that's where whatever the Federation version of the citizen database is that everything else feeds off of. So I'm gonna craft the identities and then insert them into the system. I'll make Faye Bajoran because she didn't make a decision, so I'm gonna make it for her. But both me and Faye will be Bajoran. That'll facilitate some things if we run together.
Give me. Extend how you're doing this. Let's go with control or not control. Daring plus security. Difficulty of 3, but I'm gonna add the complication range to 2.
Okay. Codebreaker trait to lower the difficulty.
You're not really breaking any codes. You're creating identities, so.
Is there going to be 2 roles, one to create the identities and one to insert them in the system?
I'm just gonna go with 1 role for the time being.
Okay. Infiltration is a focus.
I mean, I'll put it this way: the identities with this role, it's going to be essentially just a generic advantage, but unless you want to add it to where they're like foolproof, then it's going to be more like you set the difficulty, and that'll be a separate role, and then I'll drop the difficulty to 2 if you're going that way route.
All right, so I am going to try to make the identities foolproof.
Okay, so difficulty 2, daring security to at least get in and get everything set up.
Still comp 2?
Yes, still comp 2.
Infiltration is a focus.
Add increased complication.
Okay. Since we don't have any momentum, I'm going to give you 3 threat. This may or may not work. Yeah, my internet's down. Can you roll for me? Oh no, it worked.
There is
I don't know if you see it.
Yeah, there is a complication.
I got
a 2,
and
you succeed, you get a momentum, but there is a comp.
Oh, I got bold, so I'm gonna re-roll the comp.
Uh, 2 momentum gained. And what difficulty are you setting for the identities as you're in the system? But this role is actually going to be a control plus, I'm going to say either command or con.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, okay. That still seems a dirty task to me. That really seems like a secure, but yeah, I can see your point too.
you're creating identities, so they have to. The
Yeah,
identities-
I see your point.
yeah.
I see your point of view. All right. Well, that takes away my rerolls. Bollocks. This still apply as an infiltration thing?
Not really. No.
Okay, I'm gonna use my join talent to pick up whatever you think the appropriate focus would be. Which I forgot to roll with a focus on that last roll.
It
I
wouldn't have
actually forgot
mattered.
it wouldn't have. Okay.
Oh wait, no. Would have for the reroll. So add another momentum.
Okay.
Really, it'd be more like profiling or somewhere along those veins, as because you're building a profile of a person essentially.
All right. I don't really have. Oh well, I have that because I use my join talent.
Yeah.
Is it still comp 2 or back to a comp 1?
You gave me threat earlier, so I'm going to make it comp 2.
Okay. Then I am going to spend all of that momentum and the balance in threat to get 5 dice.
Okay, so 3 threat, 3 momentum.
I'm gonna hold on to my determination for when I have to reroll. I'm just planning ahead for it. Oh, I'm going for 5. I forgot to tell you.
Well, you got one
So
success.
I'm going to spend my determination towards the either for the few lines I'll not cross value to reroll the 4 that I flaked on.
Sure. That gets you the 5. No momentum gained.
Still, I got it. I made it as hard. I made it as foolproof as I could.
They are 2 very convincing identities of Bajoran individuals who look similar to how you and Faye kind of look like.
But I spent. I imagine that takes me quite a bit of time.
It does.
Maybe since that's going to take Garibaldi some time, why don't you? I suggest you switch to another player, and hopefully by the time you get back to me, my internet at home will come back up fully.
Technically, we're getting. I mean, the question is, I guess, for the players here. Did anyone have an NPC that they wish to use as essentially their defense attorney?
Don't we have like those guys, the thin gray line jag guys?
You can use those.
We could have Garibaldi play his character. He seemed to be a really good defense attorney. If he has his internet back, I guess.
Because we're kind of moving to the hearing part. So.
Sorry, I'm making notes about my determination spend so I don't forget. I mean, I can do that if you want.
Why not?
For at least everyone but Garibaldi's attorney, because then I would have to be talking to myself. I think I'd be talking for myself.
Well, generally, your character will remain silent in the hearing room as your lawyer will be doing the talking for you. So,
I mean, probably if that's funny because I built that character as a prosecutor, but that's okay. He works both. I mean, if Marshall is going to represent Garibaldi, Garibaldi would have told him to see if there was any sort of plea bargain on the table before any hearing began. And gotten the discovery file from the prosecutor.
oh, case file. Well, essentially, all they have on the case file is the transporter logs from the Sentry, that with the duffel bag matching the signature of the Klingon cloaking device that was taken from the derelict Klingon vessel out in the Aoi Nebula, or Aoi Talons Nebula. The transporter logs, or sorry, the boarding logs of Commander Arif, Vogel, and Dr. Mountain boarding the Ranger, and then later transporter logs from you, and then an unidentified human female boarding the Ranger. The Ranger departing, essentially skipping all the checks, and then the long range sensors from the station of it cloaking as it headed into Federation space. The Ranger's internal security logs have been erased and her prefix codes were altered. That's pretty much it for the most part of what they have. And then the testimony from Admiral Keller stated that he did not authorize the Ranger to be launched. Because you guys did not report in for several weeks. And then those are the reason why those are the charges you currently face. The fact that the Klingons did not bring up the salvage of the derelict, because technically in the file it is disclosed that the derelict vessel belonged to a rogue Klingon faction. But the cloaking device wasn't returned until the Ranger got back and was ultimately already damaged beyond repair. So Klingons have remained silent on the issue. Ramas haven't said anything about the use of it, considering they figured it's rogue Starfleet officers, and they fully expect Starfleet to handle it. But yeah, the case is sort of thin, but there is a case.
All right. So Marshall will need to speak to the prosecutor and then meet with all of his clients before any hearing.
Okay.
Probably speak to his clients first.
I believe Commander Arif is what?
I would take a meeting with Marshall if he wants, and if he needs to talk to me and question me. But
Well, the question is, did you already waive the right to counsel?
yeah, he.
Then Marshall would not be meeting with you.
Okay.
But yeah, under guard, the three of you have been brought. brought into the room?
Not Garibaldi, because he's not coming to the station.
I will say he's on the monitor.
All right. Good morning. I am Lieutenant. I imagine since how long ago was the Jag episode?
Oh, God, years ago.
Oh, I imagine Marshall's at least a lieutenant commander by now. Then
That or a full commander.
I'll take it. I am Commander Marshall. I have been assigned as defense counsel by the Judge Eddie Howard General's office for the three of you. I understand it in the file. Your former commander has waived counsel. Let's see, that would fairly certain that you would be Lieutenant Commander Senator Vogel. Which one of you is? I'm guessing that Garibaldi Quinix is the one on the screen and currently enjoying asylum on the planet.
I'm Dr. Mountain.
I have my instructions from Mr. Quinix about how he wishes me to proceed. I'll need to hear from the two of you. I'm kind of old-fashioned, so ladies first. Lieutenant Commander Vogel, do you, I suppose I should first ask if you wish to accept appointed counsel from the JAG, or do you wish me to contact a private counsel for you?
Your appointment would be fine.
Yes, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. The second question will be, how do you plan to plea?
Depends on the charge.
Well, I have the charges. I have some ideas already about how I wish to challenge some of these charges. Well, we'll start one at a time. Dereliction of duty.
Yes, I left the station without permission.
Had you requested leave from Commander Arif before you left?
I did ask for some time off.
Was that leave approved? Do you have documentation? Is there documentation of an approved leave request document for the time period?
I'm not sure. I didn't. I might have filed it. I don't remember.
Well, doctor, understand that in the law, if it's not written down, it didn't happen.
Understood. I'll see if I can find the log.
Commander Vogel, dereliction of duty. Did you abandon your post?
The Ranger is just as much a post as the station is.
That's a interesting lawyerly half answer. Did you abandon your assigned duties, Commander? Or better yet, just tell me how you wish to plead when the judge asks you.
I'll choose not guilty to all charges.
That'll include the charges of unauthorized use of the Starfleet vessel, theft of the Ranger and its contents, and violation of the Treaty of Algernon.
Yes.
Doctor, you going to go with not guilty on all the charges as well?
I'll start there, yeah.
With Mr. Quinix's permission, I will inform you that Mr. Quinix plans to plead guilty and seek a plea bargain. Does that interest either of you?
Oh, sorry, what was that?
Mr. Quinix plans to plead guilty if I can arrange for a plea bargain for it. Do you wish to fight the charges, or do you wish to join Mr. Quinix?
Would have to know what that plea is.
I'm going to attempt to convince the JAG office to allow Mr. Quinix to resign from Starfleet, or to be discharged from Starfleet in exchange for a lack of jail time. He seems quite adamant about not going to New Zealand.
How strong a case do you think they have?
There are interesting holes in the case. The salvage of the Klingon cloaking device is interesting. Personally, if I was going to steal a cloaking device, I would have erased the records from the transporter logs. But they have those logs showing that you did have a cloaking device in it. Of course, they have the station's log showing that the Ranger left the station without authorization and cloaked shortly thereafter. So they're going to build an assumption that the cloaking device that you salvaged in the Nebula was subsequently installed on the Ranger. The thing that does help you is that or at least help us, is that the Ranger's internal security logs have been erased, and someone changed the prefix code.
Why the prefix code?
I understand Starfleet's engineers are less than pleased about that.
What do you mean prefix code then?
Means, well, Dr. Shirley, you're aware what Starship prefix codes can be used for.
Pretend I don't.
Well, they can be used by one ship to overpower the command consoles of other ships.
Oh.
If I was flying a stolen
autopilot.
If I was flying a stolen starship, that's probably one of the first things I would do, is change the prefix codes.
Interesting.
The case has some holes in it, possibly some technicalities that I can attack. But as I understand it, the four of you did leave the station without authorization. You did take the Ranger without authorization. You did install a cloaking device on the vessel. And you did leave your duty station for an extended period of time without authorization. I would say that if I were the prosecutor, I could probably get all four of you convicted. Can I get you found not guilty? It'll be a roll of the dice.
So to speak.
But it is a roll of the dice. If you lose, you'd probably be cashiered out of the service, dishonorably discharged, and sentenced to a fairly lengthy stay at the New Zealand penal colony. It's up to each of you individually if you wish to.
It's a correctional facility. Yeah.
Don't really use correctional facilities anymore in Starfleet, Dr. Mountain. Garibaldi on the screen just kind of scoffs when Marshall said.
In the sense of actual helping of the patients, as it were.
As I understand it, is quite effective as a rehabilitation facility. There's very low recidivism rates for those people that actually get to leave. I mean, it's not like the dark ages of the 21st and 22nd centuries.
So, in addition to all this stuff, there's a lot of mitigating circumstances.
What mitigating circumstances are those? Help me build your defense. Give me something.
You've heard of the Coathians, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That is in the Some of the briefing material I've been given, yes.
Great. Essentially, the idea was to, because of their situation, we were, well, I guess Arif was asked to assist them in protecting the Empress from certain death. And I thought that was a good cause among others to, I guess, help out would be the term. And
So you
we were
interfered.
successful in that mission, actually.
So you interfered with the internal politics of another in a non-aligned, non-federation world in violation of the Prime Directive. Is that what you're telling me, Doctor? Your defense
Not
is
directly.
we violated the Prime Directive, but it was for a good cause.
Great. I'll just shut up now.
Commander Vogel. I find it interesting that violation of the Prime Directive is not one of the charges. Some defense that would not add that to the charges would probably be a good idea.
If memory serves me correctly, it was request for asylum. And I'll probably look more to Garibaldi for confirmation of that than anything.
But Garibaldi will nod because he remembers that's what Arif told us. This request for asylum, Commander Vogel, did either you or Mr. Quinix actually hear the request?
Directly from the Coathians? No.
Then how did you find out about the request? Through Commander Arif?
She nods.
When you committed these actions, were you acting under Commander Arif's orders?
And Vogel will kind of look toward physical cues from everybody to see how to answer that.
Noticing that, Marshall will say this room is a private conference room. I actually hoped it, but if they're listening in, that would be fantastic for us. Because if they're listening in, I can get the entire case thrown out. You are, of course, entitled not to just representation, but to meet privately with your counsel. If Starfleet intelligence is listening, we win.
Could they be monitoring Lieutenant Quinix's signal?
Again, if they are, we win. My point is, feel free to answer the question. I can't tell the JAG or anyone outside of this room what you tell me in this room. Dr. Mountain, Commander.
Oh, I thought you were asking Sarah.
Did Arif order you to go on this mission?
Order no.
Requested, yes.
And Vogel will nod with the doctor's response.
And I followed the chain of command while we were on the Ranger. Or the mission. Away mission.
Why didn't you tell Arif no?
Have you talked to Arif before?
No, he denied counsel.
Well, you should need him at least. Perhaps you can deduce that for yourself.
I'm not his attorney. I'm
Well,
asking
you can't talk
why-
to him. Yeah, I
why-
understand.
no.
It was compelling enough and worth it enough to do it.
Why?
Save an all-out war against the Federation, partially. Help millions of people, if possible. Stabilize.
Do you have any
borders.
proof? Do you have anything that I could use to show that without your intervention, the Federation would have been at war with the Calathian Empire?
Um,
I could go for a Kirk defense.
well, I know that Garibaldi has a better idea of psychological profiling and that type of thing, but given the nature of the prince and the methods in which he used, it was almost certain to break the treaty of the non-aggression pact that we had just signed with the previous emperor. And the empress was amenable and the legal leader, and would have had have at least 20 years of protection in this deep space 17 area.
Do you have anything I can take to the court to prove that?
Probably not, except that she's sitting on the throne and the prince is dead. Not by our hands, though.
That won't prove that the usurper to the throne would have gone to war with the Federation.
I understand.
Vogel, you got anything?
I can't speak to whether or not the commander did or did not receive an asylum request. If he did, it would stand to reason that the only way to fully investigate this would be to go into Galathian space. The only thing I can speak of is my reasoning for going into that region. I had it under good authority that my sister was in danger.
Why use a Federation vessel for a private quest?
This wasn't so much a private mission, it was just something we were doing while investigating.
So are you saying that you saw Reef's request as an opportunity to pursue your own agenda?
The safety of my sister, yes.
And where is your sister now, Commander? Can we bring her in to testify on your behalf?
Well,
That sounds like a no.
we could show you the video, I suppose.
We could ask. You could ask, Sarah.
I mean, if we had the video, we could just show her the comm link.
Sure.
If we have it, of course.
As I recall, everything was removed from it, including the, what did you call them? Digital codes?
Well, if everything on the Ranger's evidence, they'd have it unless it was erased.
That's what I heard from the brief.
Yes, apparently someone erased all the Rangers' logs.
So we don't have any proof of leaving the station.
Just the station's logs. The station's logs show the four of you and a female, a Faye Hawking, transporting to the Ranger leaving shortly thereafter, and then cloaking and disappearing from sensors.
Really? Interesting. Could I see it?
The logs,
No.
it's only believed it to be Faye Hawkins. It's not actually proved because,
Faye Hawking doesn't really exist.
yes.
I remember Marshall will show the doctor at his request the discovery file. As the defendant, you are entitled to see everything I have.
Good.
Pass that to the doctor and to Vogel if she wants it.
Might as well take a look, right? What else was going on at that time? I don't remember. And why are we on high alert
When?
on the station right now?
No, that's not important to your condition, to your current situation, doctor.
Well, my life and limb may be at stake. I don't know. So is everybody else is here, and we don't want that.
So let me ask your honest opinion.
Go ahead.
If you were in our position, what would you do?
I wouldn't have stolen a Starfleet vessel. But then again, I don't have the skills or the opportunity to do such a thing. I'm just a lawyer.
Just a lawyer. Ha.
To be honest with you, Commander, I wouldn't want to spend the rest of my life in New Zealand. I mean, it's not a bad place. I've got plenty of defendants that are there, or former clients that are there.
I'm still a doctor, regardless of the end of this situation, and I will put my hands to best use as they can deem fit. Hopefully, they'll be able to keep me aboard wherever they send me.
Well,
I still have my own mission to complete.
Honestly, doctor, if you're an inmate of the New Zealand rehabilitation facility, you will lose your license to practice medicine and will not be allowed to do so on the facility.
At least during that time. I understand.
Well, after you're released, if you're released, and after you complete your parole, you may, as I understand it, reapply.
Well, I'm hoping by good behavior to be an asset still to the Federation, regardless of the outcome. But I do want my best defense, and I would willing to exchange time served for due service, then I'm happy to do that.
You've only been in confinement for a couple of days, Doctor.
No, I mean for long-term storage, as it were. Considerations. As you were saying, no one wants to live a long life in the penal colony. So, what are my options?
Well,
You said a plea with Quinix. You would have to agree to all that stuff. And then, what? Hope, throw mercy? Guess that would
no. Once I get done negotiating the charges with the prosecutor, then we would begin talking about sentencing recommendation. Mr. Quinix's case, he is willing to resign from Starfleet.
Fair.
He's or willing to accept court-martial, demotion in rank, and permanent
Record, whatever. That's it. Understood.
in exchange for his freedom. My question: what is, if I negotiate on your behalf, what is your bottom line?
I still want to be a doctor.
That is something that the courts will not determine, Doctor. That'll be between you and the medical licensing board.
Sure.
It's outside of the legal negotiation. I guess the first I'd ask you is, do you wish to remain in Starfleet?
That would be my intention, yes.
Are you willing to accept demotion?
Yes. I understand some of my. I'll plead guilty to the ones that I did do. And we can talk about a side thing in the sense of betterment for my compatriots, because I was the one who engineered the cloaking device.
I understand, Doctor, but under current Federation law,
Which
accomplices.
is obviously a treaty violation, and therefore I am responsible for that action and not anyone else, whether they engaged it or not.
I understand, Doctor. However, under Federation law, accomplices are just as criminally liable as the actual person who commits the crime. Since Mr. Garibaldi, Mr. Commander Reef, yourself, and Commander Vogel all participated in the action or benefited in it in some way.
The only benefit I feel that we've done is I've saved a few lives along the way, and we don't have unfortunate and tragic to have his demise. However, the situation is different with her in command, regardless of our affiliation currently. But what I'm saying, good neighbors make good fence posts make good neighbors. And instead of alerting the whole Coathian government, there was the cloaking device, which was an option, and then we touched it. I attached it, and there we go. So that can be part of the plea bargain, right? We change the charges to accommodate who did what, and
you're not listening to me, Doctor. Under Federation law, all four of you are eligible to be charged with everything.
I understand.
But I will do what I can. Commander Vogel, are you willing to accept demotion in exchange for a guilty plea?
I think that would be acceptable. There's always been my dream ever since I was a little girl to join Starfleet. I would very much like to remain in Starfleet.
Then I will attempt to negotiate the best plea I can on your behalves. And if the plea is if what the state offers is not acceptable, then we go to the mattresses. Garibaldi looks puzzled at that. Marshall says, "I'll explain to you later." Any questions that you have me? Any questions or instructions that you have for me, as I do work for you?
Do your best.
Of course, Doctor. I don't like to lose. Commander Vogel?
I have nothing else.
Very well. Well, I will tell security that you are ready to return to your quarters, and I will go meet with the I will go meet with the prosecutor. He disconnects the comm channel with Garibaldi. And notifies security that his clients are ready to be returned to their quarters. And then he will go find the prosecutor.
For convenience, the prosecutor enters the adjacent conference, or well, is an adjacent conference room. Well, Marshall,
What's his name again?
I'll type it up. It's one of those
Commander.
alien names.
What species is he?
Holland. They were only featured once in TNG.
Commander Apito. Appreciate you giving me an opportunity to speak to my clients.
Of course, I'm assuming your clients do not wish to answer questions from me.
It would not be in their best interest to talk to for them to answer questions for the person trying to put them in prison.
Fair point. In that case, here's the offer on the table. Dishonorable discharge, rank reduced to petty officer first class, and 15 years at New Zealand.
Well, if we're going to start the negotiation at the extremes, then my clients want to all the charges dropped, and 2 weeks in the brig.
It's pretty lenient for stealing a starship, dereliction of duty, and violation of the Treaty of Algernon, which we've put away admirals for. So,
Well, just that one.
it's a pretty serious charge.
It is. Has the Romulan government filed a formal complaint?
They've taken under advisement. They view our discretion may be necessary. Or, well, they expect us to comply with the treaty on this one.
And what are the treaty specifications in play here?
The use of a cloaking device on a Federation starship. Whether or not they were rogue Starfleet, they went rogue or not, Commander, they were still Starfleet officers when they did it.
Yeah, from a certain point of view. Well, let's start with the middle two charges. Unauthorized use of a Starfleet vessel and the theft of it. Either they stole it or they used it without authorization. Can't be both, Commander. Which charge do you wish to keep?
Well, then we'll keep the theft of Starfleet property, including the USS Ranger and its containments. That one holds the greater sentencing on it. Which would also imply unauthorized use of Federation property.
Well, certainly it's a lesser included charge. But my clients can't be convicted or plead guilty to both. It is one or the other.
Are your clients pleading guilty?
I didn't say that. We're still negotiating. Are we not? Even if we both started at a relatively silly extreme.
like I said, I'm willing to drop the unauthorized use of the Starfleet of a Starfleet vessel, with the caveat that theft of Starfleet property and the use of the Ranger and its containment still stand.
I would argue that if my clients have committed the action that you've charged them with, then theft would be inappropriate since theoretically in reality, they brought the vessel back voluntarily.
They
And
did, however, they did take it out without orders from Admiral Keller or filing the proper paperwork for this incident.
gosh, that sounds nothing like theft.
Mm,
Since they brought it back,
it is
and
theft.
you cannot prove the mental element of the crime.
Save it for the court on that one, Commander Marshall.
I would say the unauthorized use is a much more realistic charge for you, especially considering, as the station commander, Reeve had the discretion on the use of the ship. Perhaps he used that discretion unwisely and in an unauthorized manner, but kind of hard for the four of them to steal a vessel that they had command authority over.
And if I were to drop theft and keep on unauthorized use,
I think we're closer.
What punishment? I'm assuming you're only speaking for the three. As for Commander Reef, this would be a different plea bargain with him.
Well,
since he's
Commander
refusing
Reef,
your counsel.
Exactly. I can only negotiate on behalf of Commander Vogel, Commander Mountain, and Lieutenant Quinix. I'd like to handle Lieutenant Quinix separately, as he has.
Yes, that's it's an interesting case with Lieutenant Quinix, as he's currently hiding at the Quacking embassy.
Hiding is a strong word, Commander. If I've seen Lieutenant Quinix's service record. If he was hiding, you wouldn't know where he was.
Fair point.
He has rather accepted an offer of asylum from the Calathian embassy. He is willing to negotiate, but you might put yourself in his shoes. If you had an opportunity to negotiate from a position of asylum or from a cell, which would you choose?
No comment.
I don't blame you.
Come on, Marshall. You could do better than this.
Let's think about dereliction of duty. How do you define duty as a Starfleet officer, Commander?
They had no orders, and they took the ship into Quathian space. Admiral Keller did not give them such directives. Let alone there is no, despite what Commander Reef says, there is absolutely no request for asylum filed with the diplomatic corps, nor with Admiral Keller, or even mentioned in his logs.
I'm afraid I can't respond to that particular piece of information on the record. I can neither confirm nor deny that. What I can confirm, or at least persuade you of, is that I would argue that Commander Mountain and Commander Vogel were acting in the spirit of Starfleet officers when they acted. They were acting, if they did what you're accusing them of, then hypothetically they were acting for the betterment of the Federation. Therefore, while they were away from the station without authorization, I would note that they were with their commanding officer. And it is from a certain point of view, not dereliction of duty if they're following their commanding officer.
They could have
Come on,
also said no. They had to know what they were getting into.
well, none of them are morons.
Dr. Mountain is
Perhaps
a
they're
well-respected physician, and well, his field in cybernetics are go nearly unrivaled in Starfleet. And prior to this incident, Lieutenant Commander Vogel is an outstanding Starfleet officer and potentially on her way out to command a starship one day, assuming she makes it out of this. As for Lieutenant Quinix, he's a mixed bag.
You don't say. Bottom line, Commander, Mountain and the Vogel wish to stay in Starfleet. They are willing to accept demotion, but they both want to continue to serve. You speak of dereliction of duty, and yet both of these officers did what they both of them acted in the spirit of the Federation. They saved millions of lives. They helped protect a very important life. And it wouldn't be the first time that a Starfleet officer got a slap on the wrist for doing the right thing. Well, doing the wrong thing for all the right reasons.
Then more the reason why they need to harsh punishment needs to be implied here, Commander. With all due respect, Starfleet officers acting like Captain Kirk, those days are long gone.
Perhaps, but Captain Kirk saved the galaxy more than once.
And so have other
And
Starfleet officers who follow regulations.
sometimes
What
those
you just
regulations get in the
described
way.
to me, what you just described to me, Commander Marshall, is they were in collusion with each other.
You ever been on a Defiant class starship? It's kind of hard not to be in collusion on a ship that small. My question, Commander, is there a deal on the table that allows them to remain as Starfleet officers?
The best I could give them is dishonorable discharge with no sentence, but remaining for those two, that's pushing it. Even not them serving New Zealand time is pushing it. Maybe 5 years for the three of them. As for Reef, it's going to be a different set of charges.
Commander Reef is not my concern since he has denied counsel, since he has
You're
refused counsel. Vogel and Mountain are my concern.
As I stated, dishonorable discharge, I'll be willing to do 5 years with the way you're describing things at New Zealand, and reduction in rank to Master Chief Petty Officer. It's my final offer.
I'll take your offer to my clients. I can tell you now they're both going to turn it down.
It's their choice in the matter.
Garibaldi, on the other hand, is willing to accept discharge. General, other than honorable conditions on the court on the discharge, and no incarceration time.
See, in the matter of this case, given what happened, the current events, I will have to. For the three of them, it's going to be the same. for their plea bargain.
And I will take your offer, such as it is, back to my clients. But realistically, Commander, I will see you in court.
Well, if I see you in court, good luck.
Same to you, Commander. And once he leaves, Marshall will ask the security officers to bring Vogel Mountain in. There you go. Well, I got bad news for you. All three of you. Commander Napito will do best he says he'll do is dishonorable discharge, 5 years in New Zealand, and a reduction in rank to Master Chief Petty Officer, whatever Pratt said. Naval enlisted ranks have always puzzled me.
Master Chief Petty Officer, which is the highest enlisted you could be.
But with a dishonorable discharge, rank really doesn't matter. That is the best I could get him for. Garibaldi from the screen just looks at Marshall and says, you know I won't take that deal, and he logs off. I assume the two of you will us or refuse to take the deal.
It's not much of a deal to take.
I agree with you.
So, what are the options?
Well, at this point, we go to court.
This is round one, right? Of your negotiation.
I'm
Ask some questions, perhaps, or have him ask questions of us at some point.
I do not recommend you speaking to a prosecutor. That is always a bad idea.
Then that's what you have for us, then, right?
That's the deal on the table. I am obligated by law to inform you of the prosecutor's offer, whether I agree with it or not.
Okay. How about I'll resign my commission posthumously, I guess, or whatever.
Do you plan on dying?
No, but
That's what posthumously means.
well, I mean, posteriorly in a timeline, whatever that means.
No, you cannot retroactively resign
That's
commission.
the word. Thank you very much. I hear you. Essentially, that doesn't sound very good to me either.
No, and that's what Garibaldi had.
To be fair, it is a treaty, and I wonder if there's a penance instead to the Romulans, perhaps, for doing such a thing.
The Romulans at the moment are trusting Starfleet to punish the Force appropriately.
That's fair. Is there a mechanism in the treaty for such a thing? Although Romulan justice is probably death, so perhaps this is better.
That is in the purview of the diplomats. Yeah. What I will need at this point is something to help me with your defense. Is there some reason that Starfleet should not jettison you from the service and lock you away for the next 40 years?
You said 5, right?
That's what the prosecution is offering.
Let me think a moment.
5 years, 40 years. New Zealand is it's a pretty cage. 5 years of labor and rehabilitation. I don't think that I would want to go.
I understand.
But if you take the deal, you lose your commissions. And both of you have indicated to me that your commissions are is your priority. If we go to court and lose, you lose your commission. But if we go to court and win, you go back to work.
It seems very clear that even if that were to happen, Starfleet has no interest in keeping us on as officers. Seems to me they'd find something else.
Well, whoever this guy is not very nice.
He's a prosecutor. He's not paid to be nice. When I've prosecuted cases, I'm not very nice. I mean, you're probably I would guess they're not going to let you stay here. They'll probably send you to Starbase 80. Or assign you to I don't know, cargo vessel. My guess is that if you win, you may get. Well, it depends on how badly you've pissed off the Starfleet command. If they're not angry at you, they might let you stay. Might even let you stay where you are, or you'll get assigned to a 100-year-old starship patrolling the middle of nowhere, or Starbase 80.
In terms of as a defense, like I said, if it is indeed Commander Reef was working under the assumption of investing in asylum request, then we definitely had authorization to use the Starfleet vessel. We weren't derelict of duty because that was our duty at the time. That would
But
also
generally,
handle the theft of Starfleet property. We didn't steal it.
well, I think defeating the theft charge is is easily done. The unauthorized use charge, on the other hand, may stick. The asylum argument could go either way. Usually, when someone applies for asylum, they come to you and ask for asylum, much like Mr. Quinix did when he arrived at the Calathian embassy. Generally, when someone asks for asylum, you don't go rescue them. It's not always the way asylum works. I just don't want to. I don't want to give you false hope. I don't know if I can win this. I will give you my best work. The case is thin, but it has all the elements. The two of you may be better served by Arif separating himself. You have to understand that I'm your attorney, not his. I can probably put all of this on his shoulders. May be able to save your careers by destroying his.
And if what I said is accurate, that would not be fair to him either.
It's either that or we go for good old fashioned jury nullification.
I think our merits should be good enough, at least for the three of the charges. In terms of violation of the Treaty of Aldron, the only thing I have is we were asked to retrieve the cloak by the Klingons.
The Klingons will not verify that.
Why would they?
And whether you retrieved it or not, the violation of the Treaty of Algernon is not the salvage of the cloaking device, which...
No, I I
which is not
understand that.
included with the charges. It's the
I
use.
understand that. That's the hardest one because we did indeed use the cloak. If all of them were going to stick, it would be that.
And that may be the one that is that may be the biggest roadblock to the Federation or Starfleet's position on not negotiating, at least not willing to budge very much. But at any rate, what answer do you wish me to give to the prosecutor? I told him that I'd probably see him in court, but I have to hear that from the two of you. Or tell them that you're going to take the deal. I honestly don't like the deal. But I have no interest in gambling with your careers and your freedom without your permission.
Well, I suppose we could renegotiate, and I don't know, a couple of years, and we resign and whatever.
Doctor, there is no
Honorable
renegotiation
discharge or whatever.
once you don't understand, Doctor. There's no renegotiation later. Once the trial happens, you are stuck with the results unless we can preserve some sort of error on appeal. And for there to be an appeal, whoever the judge in this case is will have to make some error in interpreting Starfleet law or Federation law or the Starfleet Code of Justice. I can, of course, I can go back to the prosecutor if you wish me to counter if you have a suggested counter. Again, I work for you. What do you wish me to tell the prosecution?
No, I'm in the right spot, I hope.
I don't think he gave us much of a deal, so I'll fight it best I can.
Commander Mountain.
Still a doctor.
Are you also a commander?
I may also be a commander, yes. Depends on whether I'm a petty officer or not. I have no qualms with being that rank.
Yes, but you're avoiding the question, Doctor.
I'm considering my options. And 5 years would be that.
You could take the dishonorable discharge in the 5 years, and you could try to negotiate something with the medical board to get your license. That's not my area of law, so I can't competently advise you on that matter.
I'm going to roll for it. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Oh, come on! Now now Vogel will tell you last week or the week before we made. I think it was last week. Some decisions are so important, the player should make them without the dice. Right, Vogel?
And it is a character. How about a straight roll?
Up to you. I just say that's the kind of advice. That's a huge decision. That's me out of character.
What else
saying,
is he going to do?
Make a decision. I feel like I put my GM hat on there for a second. I won't do that again until Saturday. I'm just trying to peer pressure you into not using the dice. You ignore me if you want, Brent.
The question is, Doctor, do you wish to fight this or not? Do you want your character to stay in Starfleet?
Yes.
Well, then you need to fight for it.
Okay, I'm gonna fight for it.
Very well. And prepare yourselves for a battle.
Great.
And Marshall will tell security that his clients are ready to go back to their rooms, and he'll send a message to the prosecutor. That his clients have decided not to take the terrible deal that he's offered, and we'll go to trial.
Commander Marshall, you've been asked to report to the judge.
Okay. Then he will do that.
Be on the expedition, the captain's ready room on the bridge.
Oh, well, with the permission of Ops, then he will use the transporters to head over to the expedition. Hurry up, dog. Taking advantage of the fact that I'm on my phone to let the dog out.
As you report to the ready room on the bridge of Captain Prax speaks up. Commander Marshall, please have a seat.
Marshall will sit.
I'm assuming this case is going to trial.
The prosecution refuses to accept a reasonable plea bargain arrangement. We have no other choice than to go to trial. You might understand it. You are the only judge on this panel.
It is a board. It is a board of inquiry. This is not a court martial yet.
So, what are the stakes in this board of inquiry? If it's not a court martial.
This is to see whether or not it goes to a court martial, and you will continue to act as their defense attorneys, and a new prosecutor will be assigned, as well as a new judge, which this will take place at Starbase 21. However, it's not why I called the two of you here.
There are two of us here?
The prosecutor's here.
Okay. Then why are we here, Captain?
Unfortunately, your job's just got a lot harder. Well, for the prosecutor, that is.
I'm listening.
All case matters involving the Ranger have been sealed immediately at the highest level by someone at Starfleet Command.
Who?
I don't know, Commanders. And believe me,
I'm sorry, Captain, that I'm going to have to move for a complete dismissal of all the charges against my clients. But access to the information about the USS Ranger, my clients cannot get a fair trial.
Prax just looks to the prosecutor. Agreed. We have no choice but to drop the case. You can inform your clients.
Captain Prax, I request that dismissal be with prejudice.
Noted.
None of my clients cannot function as Starfleet officers if they have this sort of Damocles hanging over their heads for the rest of their careers.
So noted. The court will notify all party members that this case will be closed with prejudice, that they cannot be retried for these crimes if they would come up again involving the USS Ranger. Satisfactory?
Yes, ma'am.
Well then, deliver the good news to your clients, Commander. And Commander Haliwa, or Epicto, I suggest you file all the appropriate paperwork immediately. He just gives a nod.
Commander Marshall will just look at Captain Prax. Have the look on his face will say, "Are we dismissed?"
To be dismissed.
Thank you, Captain. Once we exit the ready room, Commander Marshall will look at the Commander Apito and say, "While I'm pleased with the result, I am sorry not to get the opportunity to face you across the table. Next time, perhaps." And he will extend a hand.
Next time, as he accepts the handshake, but to be honest, this is a bit damn peculiar.
I'm surprised. I'm quite curious as to why someone at Starfleet Command, high enough up to do this, would be interested in clearing these officers.
I'm not entirely too sure they didn't clear them. And this is just a happy accident for you.
Possibly.
You've seen the case material.
Well, I can tell you something off the record that really bothers me. And that's the loss of all the sensor data from the Ranger.
Yeah, I would have very much liked to have that too.
Well, what puzzles me is, hypothetically, I couldn't tell you how that happened. Everything else, hypothetically, I could explain to you. But not that. None of my clients had anything to do with that.
Doesn't matter, I can't charge them for anything anyway. So if you don't mind, I'm going to file the paperwork. Enjoy the win.
I think it's more like a, what do you call it when you got two teams and a forfeit? That's the one. More like a forfeit, like kissing your sister. I'd have much rather battled it out with you. But until next time, Commander. And Marshall will go back to DS-17 and he will send the Starfleet equivalent text message to Garibaldi telling him it's safe to return to the station, and then call the others into the conference room.
And the others in the conference room, while only those three, I will cut to a reef here in a second.
Commanders, Lieutenant, I have good news for you.
Great. I'm glad to hear it. What is it?
It was called after our meeting. Was called into the judge's chambers. Well, her ready room aboard the Expedition, anyway.
Did you negotiate a better deal?
No. You won, and I had nothing to do with it. Someone at Starfleet Command, fairly high up in Starfleet Command, is sealed everything to have to do with that regarding the Ranger, USS Ranger. Once we got that information, I made a motion to the judge that all the charges against you be dismissed with prejudice on the argument that without the data from the Ranger, that you would be that a fair and equitable defense cannot be made on your behalf. Both the prosecutor and Captain Prax agreed, and the charges
Captain
against you have been. Well, she was to be your judge. At any rate, the charges against you have been dismissed with prejudice, which means you can never be charged with these offenses again.
That is good news.
Garibaldi, for himself, the two of you to see just kind of for a moment a look of extreme concern, and then it goes, it just kind of fades.
Have you considered being a bartender as a side gig?
No, I enjoy the law.
Great.
Marshals.
Well, it's does that mean I can return to duty?
Yes, all three of you are returned to duty immediately.
Great. I'm gonna go to medbay. Good news indeed, he says as he walks out.
No, Commander Vogel, Lieutenant Quinix, I don't know what the two of you are into, but if what Lieutenant Quinix has told me is true, something well above my pay grade is going on. I would watch your backs if I were you. But on that cheery note, I have other clients. So unless you have questions, I've got a shuttle to Andoria to catch. And a warm coat to buy. Not hearing any questions. Marshall leaves.
I'm just
In shock.
yeah.
Gobstopped.
What the hell just happened?
Garibaldi will actually. I don't know, but I'm concerned.
It's not every day Starfleet tries to throw the book at you and it just disappear.
Look, when I rescued Faye, when I went to arrest her, and then actually rescued her, it was somebody from Starfleet I rescued her from. This has been going back for a long time. But maybe based on what Marshall said about this room, maybe this isn't the best place to talk about it. But Marshall's right. There's something going on. I, for one, plan to sleep with a phaser under my pillow for the immediate future.
I don't see it.
You still have that ship of yours?
As far as I know, it's still in the docking bay. I'll sweep it for listening devices, and maybe in a day or two we can sit down and have a discussion, the two of us and a reef. There's something going on that we need to talk about. Like I said, not here. For all I know, they, whoever they are, one wanted wanted me and my incredible espionage skills right where they could see me, rather than on the run where they couldn't see me.
What did we just stumble into?
Sarah, we didn't just stumble into it. I think we've been mumbling around in it for months. Come on, let's go see. Let's see if we can go find the commander. I'm sure he's will be pleased as punch to still have a job. Maybe, since Marshall wasn't his attorney, it's always a chance he's still getting charged.
Meanwhile, as your idle conversation, we're going to go over to Commander Reef. As you're enjoying your light reading still,
Enter.
Commander
Mr.
Reef.
Prosecutor. Excellent. I was just looking forward to round two. Could I please offer you a drink, and this time I'll be truly insulted if you pass.
No, but I'm thinking about going down to one of the bars and getting something a little stronger. I've come to let you know that the case against you has been dropped and all charges have been dismissed with prejudice.
Well, Ulrich will say with a smile, isn't that something? Do you want company for that drink? Apparently, I'm a free man.
I don't know what you're involved in, or frankly, I don't think I want to know, Commander, but it's not every day that the records of the Ranger get sealed.
If you please, as you obviously know, I've been in here, out of the loop, as it were. What's going on?
I get called in to discuss the case with the judge. The judge then informed, as soon as my counterpart to the defense, Commander Marshall, gets called in, I am told by the judge that all case files revolving the Ranger are have been sealed and classified at the highest level. And in which case, Marshall decided to file for dismissal with prejudice, and I reluctantly agreed to it. And thrust, since all that matters, it is, since while Marshall isn't your attorney, it only seemed fair to not charge you in the same vein and not go through the same process. So, you're a free man.
Well, damn, counselor. I'm sorry. As I said, I did honestly think that I could have prevailed inside the courtroom, but I don't. I'm not happy about you getting your legs cut out from you from before the case even started. And if unless you reconsider, I'd love to buy you that drink, given these circumstances.
Perhaps another time, considering I am the new JAG resident officer here on DS-17.
Oh, well, excellent. In that case, since you're going to be sticking around for a little bit, do me a favor. When you get to the bar, put the first drink on my tab.
That would be unprofessional.
Well, so would drinking on duty. If you're on duty, and if you're not on duty, then there's no reason to be professional, is there? I told you, we do things a little different here. I think you'll get used to it.
Apparently so, Commander. Excuse me. I gotta file some paperwork.
Of course.
Good day.
Good day. Oh, Arif's gonna smile, stretch, and hit his comm badge and say, "Computer, is Admiral Keller aboard the station?"
Admiral Keller is currently in the office and operations.
Excellent. Thank you, computer. And Arif will head to his old office.
Was Vogel and Garibaldi heading towards the reef?
Were we?
Yes, sorry, I responded to you, and I was muted, so didn't know I was not responding to you. Hopefully, the microphone is in the computer is working now again.
What is your response then?
Were we heading to see Arif or no?
That's where Garibaldi was headed. That's what his suggestion was. I don't know if everyone followed it.
Yeah, that's probably where Vogel would head. Because this situation is messed up.
Oh, so many tokens. I know the doctor went to medbay. But yeah, Arif, just as you're about to exit the guest quarters, you run into Vogel and Garibaldi.
Oh, tally ho.
Just the man we were looking for.
So I take
Oh.
it you've heard.
Well, our attorney told us that the charges have been dismissed. So I guess we get to continue being Starfleet officers. At least until someone shoots us in the back.
I'm gonna look at Garibaldi kind of intently when he says that to see if he has any emotional cues behind it.
Like what?
Are you are you saying that in disappointment, in contentment, and relief?
Concerned. If Arif is actually skilled in reading body language, or
He
more
is.
skilled at reading body language than Garibaldi is and at hiding it, which would be an interesting challenge for all.
I'm willing to give it a shot.
Because that would probably be us rolling against each other.
I'm content with the concern, but it's up to you.
Nah, he's got a. Get the impression for Garibaldi that he's actually expecting somebody to shoot him in the back.
That's fair. All right.
Again.
Looking around the hallway, is there anyone besides three of us?
Probably not, but Prax went AFK.
Oh, okay, fair enough. So I'll assume there's no one near us, and if there is, I'll wait till they walk away. But I'm gonna look to both of them. And I'm gonna say, listen, This is certainly interesting, and while I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, I think that odds are we probably got lucky from getting swept under a larger situation. And just to make sure you both know, I do have copies of those records.
Well, really not comfortable talking about this in the hallway.
Neither am I. And looking at GQ, I'm going to say I need to speak to Admiral Keller. GQ, I need to know about listening devices in my office. Are they there?
There's always listening devices in your office, Commander. I can tell you how to turn off the ones I know are there.
You think there's more than just yours?
Yes. I think we need to perhaps we need to go express our appreciation to the Calathian ambassador.
Think so too, but I'd like to first have a meeting with Admiral Keller because I want to see how Felix takes this, and well, quite frankly, I think we might want to invite him to that meeting. What are your thoughts?
No,
No?
I think we need to keep it in the family.
Okay. Be that as it may, I still do need to speak to Felix. If
That makes sense.
no
I need
other.
time to. I figure we can take my ship, and I need time to make sure. I need to do some house cleaning, make sure it's ready for us.
Oh, I mean, Riley lift my eyebrow and say, "And not the ranger."
No,
Get it done. Assign anyone you can trust to it. I can send you a couple people, civilians I know.
well,
Uh,
I mean, that rust bucket's a small ship. I can make sure it's cleaned. I mean, hell, it's smaller than the Ranger.
great. Uh, you've got 2 hours.
Aye, Captain. And Garibaldi will split off to head down to his ship to clear it of listening devices.
Um, you, Sarah, how are you taking this?
Still in shock.
You think? Do you think you might be able to help Mr. Garibaldi get his task done quicker, or would you prefer a couple moments of respite to yourself?
I think keeping busy might just be the distraction I need.
Then you can go down and report to Garibaldi that 2 hours is now dropped to 90 minutes.
Aye, sir.
And with a nod, I'm gonna click my heels, turn away, and head to Felix.
Volgo going with Garibaldi? Or catching up with Garibaldi? I just want to make sure I'm hearing this right. Vogel, you're going to where Garibaldi's at?
Yeah.
Okay. Um. Oh, there's momentum there. Garibaldi, as you are headed towards your ship, you notice a bunch of other Starfleet officers, but give me an insight security difficulty 2 to notice something.
All right, I will give you. I'm going to give you a bold so I can act.
A bold
I'm going to give you a threat so I can activate
Hey,
bold
bold?
if I need to. You said security, right?
Yes, insight security.
Inside security. Focus. Oh,
Gain a momentum.
now I have a momentum.
Walking through an airlock from a ship, from what you can tell, it looks like it just docked. You notice someone, someone you just recently met.
Uh-huh.
In a crowd group of fellow Starfleet officers.
I would just kind of nudge. Oh, I'm not. Vogel hadn't caught up with me yet.
I'll say she eventually, like, you see Vogel kind of coming across, on the other side.
I'm gonna see if Vogel will notice this and watch my back. I'm gonna feed into worst spy in Starfleet and just walk right up to her.
Okay, you walk right up to her.
Excuse me, haven't I seen you before somewhere before? Maybe around Homeworld or somebody else's Homeworld?
I don't believe we've ever met. Just a joke. I mean, you're a fellow troll and all. Some people say we all look alike. That's what my comrades say. Can I help you with something?
Well, no. I don't always see Trill and Starfleet. We're not the most common folks in the fleet. It's good to see someone from home. I mean, the last time I saw someone from home, I was on a forested world far from here, in a old abandoned town. It's good times, good times. If I was seeing that person again, I'd probably tell them it's good to see that they made it out of that old place, and I'd be curious as to what they're doing on D Space 17. So, what brings you to town? So far from Trill. Does she have rank insignia this time?
Yes, it's 2 pips. Full lieutenant.
So, Lieutenant, what brings you this way, far from Trill?
It's just the usual survey mission, patrol.
Ah, fascinating. Oh, can I see? You said she came through one of the docking rings. Can Garibaldi make a note of which docking ring she came from, or so that later I can track down what ship she came off of?
4.
Well, I'm sorry. Like I said, you reminded me of someone from home. Didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sure you've got people you need to talk to. I mean, like, and one of the groups that I belong to, when folks from outside come, they usually meet with the area coordinator for that group. You don't want to leave that guy in the lurch, right? At any rate, I'm Lieutenant Quinix, and why don't you look me up later? We should talk. Lieutenant.
Maybe. Have a good day, Lieutenant Phoenix.
Good day. What was your name again?
Lieutenant Keeson. Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you, Lieutenant.
And she walks off.
I'll just stop and wait for Sarah to catch up to me.
And she kind of looks at the woman as she walks past. Someone you know.
Huh. That look familiar to you?
I don't think Vogel was down there. on the
Vogel
planet,
wasn't
was she?
down there.
Oh.
It was the two Coathians.
I think that's another one of those things I'll tell you later. Come on, let's go clean house on my ship. Afterwards, we can talk about it. But yes, that's someone I know.
Take your word for it. Well, you ready to scan for bugs?
Come back to that in a minute as you start disinfecting your ship. Commander Reef, you chime the door and you get an enter from Admiral Keller.
I'll head in there. Admiral.
And you notice the Admiral pimps on the other guy who's standing, the other man who's standing there, and you can judge by his pips, he's a lot higher rank up the food chain than Keller.
Make that Admiral rolls. Well met.
Keller speaks. Commander Arif, this is Admiral Keeson with Starfleet Command. I guess congratulations with you. Heard all charges were dropped and the case dismissed.
Yes, Admiral. And walking up to shake the other admiral's hand, or offering to shake the other admiral's hand, I'll keep my gaze on Keller as I say, uh, well, quite frankly, I think even given its day, we would have seen the right of it, but
Keesing, extends his hand as he sort of stands up to turn the handshake and leans in to just enough to where audible that Keller couldn't hear. Good work out there. Fine crew you have here, Felix.
oh, it's only as good as what he's managed to mold us into, Admiral. Arif will say, completely serious.
Well, Felix and I go way back. Served together. Oh, what has it been? 30 years now? Keller guy's like, don't remind me.
Chuckling a little bit, I'll say, if I wasn't in trouble so recently, I might hit you up for old stories about the Admiral, but well, that probably really would lose me my commission.
Well, perhaps that time. I do have a Federation delegate that I have to keep entertained while we're here.
Of course, Admiral.
That was Keeson,
Admiral,
by the way. So,
Admiral Keller, I'll say after kind of I guess not dismissing the other admiral, but saying goodbye. I was wondering if I could have a couple moments of your time.
Uh, Admiral Keesing said, I think we're about finished here, Felix, as Keller kind of nods. Well, it was nice meeting you, Commander Reef. Hopefully be under better circumstances next time around.
At least they aren't under worse, Admiral.
Well, it's good men like you is the reason why we do what we do.
And, well, quite frankly, following in your and Admiral Keller's lead is the reason, well, why we even exist.
And as Admiral Keesing is about to leave, as the door slides open, a young Trill woman stands there. Is like, oh, I'm glad you're here, Ezra. Let me introduce you two. This is Admiral Felix Keller and Commander Reef, the station commander of Deep Space 17. Gentlemen, this is my daughter, Lieutenant Ezra Keesing. If you excuse me, it's not every day I get a chance to catch up with my daughter.
I would suggest the noodle barn on the promenade. Uh, the doctor will tell you it's beyond wonderful.
And the Admiral kind of motioned. Now we tried the noodle bar. And the two exit to the promenade. And you could tell as your gaze switches back to Admiral Keller as slight, not as tense, kind of like you seem like he relaxes a little bit, and then,
I guess
someone must like you in command.
And here I thought it was you, Admiral.
It wasn't me. I don't have that type of clearance to classify everything at a whim of a stroke.
That's certainly fair. I mean, after all, I'll be honest with you, Admiral. I've been around a long time. It's certainly, I could easily have a guardian angel, but I honestly have no idea who did this. But
Perhaps it's best to count your blessings, Commander, as he stands up.
Admiral, if nothing else, I do owe you answers if you have any questions. And well, uh, yeah.
I am only presuming you did what you felt was the right course of action, Commander, and you try it again. I think you'll run out of good luck.
That's certainly fair. I apologize for the extra work that you were saddled with for the last several weeks, Admiral, and I will would have no issue with you, well, taking it real easy the next little patch of time to make up for it. I'll handle things.
Nothing I can handle, but you should apologize to Lieutenant Lane.
Out of character, that's the security chief, right?
Yes.
Well,
You created
be
one
honest.
hell of a paperwork nightmare for her. He chuckles.
uh, I'll chuckle a little bit too, and I'll say, "Oh, I've been trying to impress upon her that DS-17 runs to a little bit different of a beat, and maybe I think I'll withhold that apology. I think this is a good way for her to let that sink in. But I do think I owe her some answers if she has any questions, as the same with you, though more you, because quite frankly, I like you a lot better.
I'm not going to be around here forever. No, not as long as you will be. But Lieutenant Lane is. She has a promising future ahead of her. Nudge her in the right direction for me.
I will. Speaking of futures, Admiral, there's one other thing I'd like to talk to you about.
He just raises an eyebrow.
I would like your permission to start training uh, Lieutenant Commander Sarah Vogel um, to be the permanent commander of the station. She's more than qualified, and I think at this point she's more than earned it.
Already handed in your resignation, even though they haven't kicked you out yet?
Not just yet, Admiral. I've been around a long time. That's a lot of things to tie up, but I think so. I think by this time next year, well, would be able to stand in your office as a civilian.
Gonna be honest with you, Reef. I don't think Vogel is destined for a chair here at operations forever. I think her heart lies in, well, other places.
Well, like a starship?
Your words, not mine.
Then all the more reason to get her command experience, isn't it?
She's your first officer. And he just kind of waves as he exits out of your office.
Is my rug still here?
It was replaced with a nice Federation rug that's got the big giant, Federation stamp logo on it, blue and white, all the pretty stars.
Okay. First things first, I am going to sit down, start working the console, find my rug, and uh, send it back.
There's a sticky note that says rugs in storage with the box number.
Oh, son of a. Okay, as silly as this is, Reeve's gonna head to storage and grab the rug, replace the rug, then he'll check on Vogel and Garibaldi.
We're gonna go back to uh, Doctor. You headed to sick bay, right?
Yeah, just gonna check on the status of what's happening there.
Unfortunately, you don't. You walk into where main sick bay. You find someone else sitting at your chair, Dr. Pearson.
Dr. Pearson, nice to see you again.
Likewise, I'm just packing my stuff up, getting out of your hair.
Oh, yeah, no, don't rush. It's okay. This is as unexpected it is for me as it is for you. But I welcome coming back. Uh, can you give me a basic report?
No patients currently, and
Good.
aside from treating a few with the Andorian flu, as
Oh,
well
really?
as some
Where did it originate?
deck, somewhere on the promenade.
Oh,
Probably one of the
sure.
ships brought it in, and nothing we could handle. We inoculated pretty much everyone who could be afflicted by it.
Great. Well, thank you.
As he grabs the rest of the stuff, puts it in the box, and if you don't mind, I'll get back to my office and
Well, thanks for keeping shop. I appreciate it.
anytime.
He sticks out his hand to shake.
Awkward holding the box, he shuffles it in one arm and
Oh, yeah. Here you go. Thank you, Doctor.
doctor, and he leaves sick bay.
So Dr. Mountain slow walks. Is that where Nurse Frola is?
Yes.
He slow walks into his office and kind of looks around in wonder at the proximity of his lack of actually being here ever again. And so he walks around for a moment and like moves the console a little to the left where he usually keeps it and rearranges the desk for a moment and walks out to the nurse. Frola? I just got back. Just wanted to report in, let you know I was here. Um, how's it going?
If anyone wants to pick up Forla, they can.
Oh, I can see you're busy. That's all right.
Thank God you're back, Doctor. We have been busy and, well, we've been managing to scrape by, but, you
Yeah,
know,
Endurian flu's nothing to sneeze at. Sorry about that.
well, you know how difficult it is when you aren't here.
Well, I trust you all. That's I've seen your record, I've seen your performances, and I'm
Well,
quite proud to be here actually today. So yeah, please let me know if there's anything I can do for you to help your work get along better. Um, and I'd be happy to help out.
well, I, I, I hesitate to ask,
Please
Doctor.
don't. Please don't.
Um, well, as you know, I've been acting as kind of the de facto CMO for the last several weeks.
Sure.
Um, well, I was wondering, I'm out of absence days this year, and I was wondering maybe if uh due 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 to that, I could maybe um well have an extra um small little week.
I don't have a problem with that. We'll
Oh,
have to
thank you,
arrange
Doctor.
it and arrange a schedule a little better with your absence, but we'll figure something out.
Of course, I have Doctor, I I there's so much I can do. Do you Thank you, Doctor.
Yes, get some good rest. Doctor's
W-
orders.
I will, and there's just so much more time for other activities. Thank you. I I'll start arranging the schedule immediately. I probably after this shift won't see you for another few days.
Yeah, I might take a leave of absence myself, but not while you're gone, at least.
Um, And you can see her face lift back up as after it momentarily falls, and she says, I'll schedule that too, of course.
Don't worry yourself about it right now. Why don't you go get some rest, and thanks for all your help.
No, thank you, Doctor, and welcome back. No, welcome home.
Thanks. Good to be back. And then montage, sitting down, waves to Nurse Frola as she leaves, and opens up and gets back to work.
Is
Ooh,
there anything else, Doctor?
Not until the noodle bar.
Okay. I'll head back over to Garibaldi and Vogel as you're sweeping for bugs. We'll just do one roll. So I'm gonna spend some threat here for this though. So difficulty of 1. Make it comp 3 since I have threat and haven't been spending anything all game. Difficulty 3, comp 3. Insight or reason security. And
All right.
Vogel can assist.
All right. I'm gonna spend the momentum and 2 threat for a pair of extra dice. Do you take security systems in the focus?
I was thinking surveillance, but equipment or
I mean, those are well. It's an iffy ask. That's why. I was even had a question.
yeah.
My voice.
I want us to say no.
Oh,
Still succeed. Oh wait, no, you haven't rolled yet. Ooh,
I can reroll one of those.
there's a complication, and Vogel with the assist. Gain a momentum.
But just one, so the complication's gonna have to stand.
You do since you did succeed, you do find several bugs. However, for the complication, they kind of know they've been pretty much found.
All right, so I
But
found them. I could disable them, but whoever put them knows I did it.
yeah, and unfortunately, you don't know who put them there. As
All
part of
right.
that.
Well, that's unfortunate, but it's what happens when you have an amateur helping. Even though I was the one that rolled the complications, still gonna blame Vogel because. Yeah, so we'll finish cleaning the ship. I'll look at Sarah and go, I tripped one of those by accident when I was finding it, so whoever planted them is going to know we know. But that's okay.
Do you recognize them?
No. Unless, GM, they're actual Starfleet models.
You don't recognize them at all. Like there's enough. Like it could be Federation, it could be Klingon, could also be Romulan. You're not sure. Like
These are just too generic, Sarah. No way of knowing who has bugged the ship. Hell, some of them could have been. Well, no, I've swept the ship since I stole it. I mean, obtained it. But at least we can talk privately. Commander,
GQ, Sarah.
welcome aboard. We can talk freely here.
Well, that's a relief. Um,
No, I found several listening devices aboard the ship. And I can't tell you whose they were. I can't even tell you if they were from a single agency. And whoever they are, they know I found them and disabled them. To be honest with the both of you, it's not the first time my stuff's been bugged. That's why I didn't want to talk on the station because a couple of months back, I found listening and surveillance devices on my computer in my office.
really? Did you ever manage to figure out where they could have came from?
Not 100% sure, but
What are you leaning to?
Starfleet. I've been looking into several things that seemed like at the time maybe they were disconnected, but there's just far too much coincidence going on. For instance, when Commander Marshall told us that someone high up in Starfleet Command had classified the Ranger data, which led to our being released, that's just too much of a coincidence. I mean, the first time I came across whatever this group is, I traced their communication back to a com satellite in Sol orbit. It was as far as I could take it back. You remember that time I borrowed your security codes?
Mhm.
Yeah, that was that long ago. Add to that, Faye. Right before we left, I went to arrest her. Hell, I set security out for her. And then when I caught up with her, we had a talk, and somebody, a hologram in a Starfleet uniform, tried to kill us both. Add that to the covert Starfleet intelligence squad we found in Calathian space. Oh, by the way, Commander, um, the Trill officer that was running that team is on DS-17 right now.
Yes, she's the admiral's daughter.
Huh. She's Admiral Keller's daughter?
Um, Admiral Keeson.
Well, right. At least she told me her real name. No.
But it certainly uh, considerably outranks Admiral Keller. So I'm guessing that represents one potential common thread. He also, for what it's worth, outside of Admiral Keller's earshot, complimented me on my work out in Kulathian space. I suppose our work, but
Sounds like we're going to need to do a deep dive in Admiral Keeson then. I'd
indeed,
be I'd be concerned. What do you think the odds are that his daughter is here just for a family reunion?
what are the odds he's here for any particular reason either? I'd say we should take a deep dive on both of them. And speaking of which, did you happen to find listening devices on this ship?
On
Or
this
was it
one? Yes.
all right? So we need to figure out some way to have easier conversations. We can't have you sweep this ship every single time or beam down to the Coathian embassy every time one of us needs a chat.
Well, we can put our heads together and come up with something.
Just something that could give us, if anything else, a minute or two's worth of. We need a dome of silence.
I don't know about that, but I can requisition some white noise generators. To be honest with you, Commander, I'm a little concerned that Starfleet Intelligence has got something going on our station without telling me. I am the I am the officer for this region. If Starfleet Intelligence got operations running in this area, I should have been informed.
Well, it could be that, or we could simply be dealing with the rogue admiral, which has been known to happen. Or, well,
It's
it could be
happened.
something completely different.
Well, it's happened enough to be almost be cliche at this point. But I'll begin looking into both of them.
And let's let's also extend that to anyone. Well, and I apologize for this one, but anyone that's been recently stationed or arrived long term on the station for the last 6, 7 months.
That's a lot of folks, including our new security chief.
It is. Speaking of our new security chief, she seems to be in the favor of Admiral Keller. So if nothing else, let's be courteous. I still think she's a pain in the ass, but well, if she is on the level, she had to put up with a lot of crap because of what we did. So let's keep that in mind.
Oh, come on, boss. When have I not been charming?
Only when you try, GQ.
That hurts, boss.
What do you think, Sarah? Anything we might be missing here?
I'm not going to pretend to understand all of this spy stuff. This is just a lot to take in.
Well, if nothing else, in my experience at base, it's simply someone wants something and, well, they've come up with a rather stupid way to get it.
I don't know. What about the stupid, boss? We have no idea what their goals are.
That's why we need to figure that out.
And honestly, Commander, we need to get Mountain to tell us what the hell he's working on that whoever this cabal is sent a spy to protect or to look into it. I've already broken into his files once and couldn't find anything. So either he hid it well enough that I couldn't find it, or he didn't put it in his records. But he didn't cooperate with me when I asked him. That's why it's the three of us, and I didn't invite Dr. Mountain. But there's got to be a reason made a clone from him and then inserted somebody into his life. There's something that Mountain's not telling us that might explain it.
How about if I can, I'll take another stab at it, and if he'll open up, maybe that'll make you feel a little bit more comfortable about opening up and including him next go around.
It would be a good step in that direction. But the doctor is a little too straight laced for. Let's put it this way: I was surprised he went with us to Calathian space.
The
I
doctor,
My internal vote was that I voted him most likely to rat us out.
The doctor. The doctor talks a good game, but I've never seen him at the end of the day not do the right thing.
Well, I mean, I believe that. I believe he's been duped by somebody.
I think we all might have.
Probably. We need to get caught up fairly quick. We need to figure out what the hell's going on. Oh, by the way, I need to. I have arranged. I guess I don't need it anymore, but I've arranged. I've arranged a way to hide Faye if she chooses to. While the four of us have been cleared, I think it's in her best interest to hide.
Well, at the moment, she's safe in the Kulathian embassy. Why don't we keep that? We'll keep that documentation on standby, but let's let's not. At this point, she's safe, GQ. Let's not push her, and let's just give her the time that she needs to decide whatever she wants.
Well, that was my plan, but my point is, she can't come back to the station as she is. She's a target. I trust the Calathian forces there to keep her safe. From what I've seen of them, they're capable of it. But if she leaves that embassy, she's in danger.
Well, if she chooses the reconstruction route, the fact is, uh, worst comes to worst, if the Kulathian can't, I know someone who could who would be able to.
Well, just want to let you know what I had going on.
That's fair. Why don't why don't we all do a little bit more thinking? GQ, if you could uh, run through, take a keen look at the Admiral and his daughter, and also any projects he has recently greenlighted or put a hand into.
I'll see what I can find out.
I'm gonna I'm gonna talk to the doctor. I'm gonna see if, well, we can all hopefully start working together and putting in the pieces to the puzzle.
Sounds like a plan. What do you think, sir?
I think it's as good a plan as any.
Why don't we meet back here, same time tomorrow? GQ, if you could do a sweep before.
At this point, I'm gonna do it every damn time.
Excellent.
But it's gonna take me more than a day or two to dig into that admiral.
Well, hopefully, no, maybe we'll have more insight of what to dig into tomorrow.
Maybe. All right, we have a plan. We have a plan, as they say in Earth football. Ready, break.
And Arif will go looking for the doctor.
All right. The doctor is currently in the promenade.
Oh, perfect.
believe the doctor is what currently. You probably already got your noodles by now and sitting down.
Sure.
Ah, doctor, that plate looks lovely. I was hoping I might, well, quite, I was hoping I could join you with
Please
not
do.
only myself, but an ulterior motive.
Um, whatever you like. I'm here for you.
I'm gonna sit down and hit the table console to indicate that I would just like a cup of coffee. Um, but doctor, well, doctor, I'm gonna get right down to it. We've had an experience. I think
Yes. I don't know who you talked to, but that worked out pretty good.
I didn't do it. I don't know
Really.
who did.
Somebody says higher up in Starfleet, but
Well,
as you know, gift horses and mouths are a good thing sometimes.
indeed. However, and as much as wishing made it so, there are people that outrank me in Starfleet. But Doctor, a lot of things have been falling into weird places lately, and well, we happen to be on the right side of this one.
Yeah. Do you know what it's about?
Doctor, me, Sarah, and GQ have been trying to figure that out. Um,
Okay.
we each we each have a certain piece to the puzzle, and we unanimously think that you have another piece to it, and
Really?
well, if
Like
it
what?
is linked, yeah, if it is linked, Doctor, then we might be able to shed some light on your situation, whatever that may be. I
Yeah, things have been strange. Seems the somebody sent me a fake niece, I guess. And that's been worrying me. I'm not really sure how to equate that with anything, but I'm glad that she was with us and helped us out. That's for sure. And I don't wish her ill or anything like that. So I don't know. I'm a little conflicted at the moment, I guess.
I can understand that, and while quite frankly, I do believe Faye is a large part of this. I have to say, Doctor, I know you've been working on something, and until now, I've respected your privacy, and I'm still gonna do that. This is not me ordering you to tell me anything like that, but I believe very strongly that that research is somehow connected,
Really?
and I don't know what it is, but
Okay.
I believe that uh, Faye was um, sent
Because of
here
that,
as
you
a
think?
result. It's difficult for me to ascertain that, Doctor. I don't know what it is.
Well, if that's true, then it must be Starfleet versus Starfleet. I guess that would be weird.
Doctor, allow me to ask bluntly, are you willing to share the nature of it with me, GQ, and Sarah, and allow us to share with you what we know?
Well,
Um,
quite frankly, you guys have been more of a family than I've seen in quite a while. So perhaps we should discuss it. I don't see the relevance necessarily, but I think if I can put that on the table, I guess, for you guys.
and if it's not relevant, Doctor, you have my supreme apologies, but I don't see
It's
how it
you
can't be
can't
at this
know
point.
what yeah. Um, I understand.
But don't why don't we talk about this later? We have a
Our noodles are getting cold.
yes, they are. For the record, I was hoping we could have lunch an hour from now.
Yeah, this is
Not
just the
hour
first round.
tomorrow at this
Tomorrow? Oh,
exact time.
sure.
Excellent, and we'll get more into it then. But you enjoy your noodles, Doctor.
Sure.
I have a station to get reacquainted with, and well, if the rumors are correct, a bunch of rent to give away.
Well, all right. Good luck with that.
Um, Commander Reef,
Other
are you leaving right now from the doctor, or two of you sitting down eating lunch?
I
I'm
mean,
leaving him to his lunch, but yeah, I was.
Okay. On your way out, give me insight security difficulty of base 2. I don't know if you have anything that lowers that.
Uh, do. It's not trying to convince someone, so probably not.
Okay,
If this
yeah,
is like some sort of insight thing, then no, I don't.
it's essentially insight security diff 2.
I could try it, but that might give us other things.
Well, it's
Or is it a reef?
it's a reef thing because he recognized a couple
okay.
people. You haven't interacted with them, so that's why I'm giving it to a reef.
Oblivious doctor eating noodles.
I don't suppose politics would apply as a focus.
Well,
but-
it's security. I mean, I guess I'll take con if you have a decent con, but I think you'll have a 1 in security. So I think the focus doesn't matter.
That is a good point. Uh, okay, sorry. Take 2 threat, and I'll use that momentum.
Hey, get the momentum back. As you're exiting, you notice someone you just recently met, someone you haven't technically seen for a while, sitting at a table eating some noodles.
Interesting. Do any of them notice me?
Not presently, no.
I don't know if I want to go there or not. Yes, I'll go there. I'll walk up and I'll say, Admiral, I'm glad that you managed to take the suggestion. Isn't it Oh, Captain, ma'am. Hello.
Commander Reef, congratulations, I think are in order. Glad I didn't have to sit on that trial. Well, be a judge advocate for you, or the judge in that trial.
Hey, glad I didn't have to be a defendant.
This this is Admiral Keesing from Starfleet Command. His daughter, and I believe you know Kesri. And
Admiral?
Admiral Keesing was like, "Oh, we met earlier at the Admiral's office." Oh, fortunately, I've had the pleasure of escorting him all the way from Earth the last week, 2 weeks.
Oh, I'll have to say, quite frankly, I'm a little jealous, Admiral. I hope that means that you're going to be on the station for at least 2 weeks for me to get my scorecard, at least at a tie.
Unfortunately, my business will probably take me elsewhere as soon as the council member is done with his tour.
Uh, Say again? You'll have to excuse me. As you know, I've been away.
Yes, right. You. Federation council member. I swear I have the name right here in front of me. Yuzo Noi. He's running for Federation president. He's essentially part of his bid is the allocation of resources into remote areas such as DS-17, along with the mainly a budget thing for the rare things we can't replicate.
What do you think about that?
Are you talking to the Admiral or are you talking to Prax?
The Admiral.
I think it's all bureaucratic nonsense, but
Oh, that's fair. Though I can't lie, as the commander of 17, a couple more resources my way, I'd never turn my nose against them.
we'll see what we can do.
I appreciate that. Now, if the four of you will excuse me, I just wanted to thank you again for your patronage. And if you need anything, well, you all know where my office is.
Prax just raises an eyebrow at that, like, what's going on? And the Admiral just kind of smiles and gives a nod.
And I'll give him a small bow. And yeah, just walk away.
Anything else before I cut to the final and last scene?
Good for now.
I am still a commander, right?
Yes, you still are commander of 17. The charges were dropped, so
Just making sure. Just making sure.
Vogel, you back yet?
Yeah.
Okay. Garibaldi, Dr. Mountain,
Yes.
anything
Go
else
ahead.
you wish to do before we cut to the final scene?
Nothing I can think of.
I'm good for now. Yeah.
I got it typed in the Roll20 chat what Garibaldi was doing.
Yeah, that'll be next session.
So
Scene change, so you lose that momentum.
we worked so hard for it.
So very hard.
This hasn't really been a task-oriented game today, so
That's okay.
RP is fun.
I should have logged on and figured out music earlier. Oh well. On board some dreaded Klingon vessel, a Klingon woman sits in her center chair, delegating officers as she gets a whisper near and sort of growl, or well, I guess growl / frown as a someone beams aboard.
Shoot him. Definitely shoot him. Shoot him and behead him with a batleth.
twice.
Sure.
Federation captain. To what do I owe this honor?
Vanna, I presume.
And you are?
I am but a messenger.
Then speak.
And he kind of holds up his finger and lays out some device. Believe my employer would want to speak with you.
Never do Starfleet dogs to bow to someone else other than their own pride.
There are a great many things you don't understand.
But yeah, you materialize the device, and a holographic image appears of a man in sort of a black silhouette shroud.
I understand that you and your house have lost favor within the Klingon Empire.
And more like stolen from us.
I believe you may be in a position to assist me, and I am in a position to assist you.
Go on.
It has come to my understanding that you have the means to create a fleet of ships.
And suppose I have this resource.
As luck would have it, I am in need of a ship designer. And I believe you to be the person that can build it.
And you have the speculation or the speculations of the vessel you wish to be built.
Of course. Upon accepting my offer, my associate will transfer the schematics to you.
Before we embark on any business dealing, I want reassurances. I've already been stabbed in the back once. I do not intend to be stabbed in the back again.
If you build this for me, you will not have to worry about your house's honor. I will see to it personally that your name is restored within the highest tiers of Klingon society. I believe a spot is opening up soon on their council. I can think of no better representative than you.
Charming words, but a seat on the council and a promise to regain my family honor will not weigh me for too long. Building ships is costly and requires a great deal of manpower.
My associate is handing a pad to you now. As you can see, we have all the resources and manpower you require.
I was thinking more along the lines if you are indeed Federation and, well, have access to certain technology. I would like to have the more advanced holographic. Human workers only last so long, but holographic ones can work round the clock.
Minor details, my dear. Minor details.
And how
So,
many
we
ships am
have
I
a deal.
building? Is it one or is it many?
Just a single ship.
A 135% of the resources required to build the ship.
Do we have a deal?
I'm asking if you're willing to commit to 135% of the resources needed to build the ship.
I believe I just did.
Then we have a deal.
Good. I'll be in touch with timelines, as well as transferring of the goods you have requested.
Pleasure doing business with you.
I will keep in contact. And he will close the device.
Do you bark too at his command?
Like you, he made me an offer I could not refuse.
Hand me the details before I decide to null and void this contract.
Trust me, it will not be in your benefit to double cross us.
Very well.
But here are the schematics.
Some ship. It'll be ready in 3 months.
As you can imagine, our employer may wish to accelerate that timeline.
Then the resource allocation to do this in a more timely manner for him will cost you double.
My understanding him is correct. Cost is no object.
Then we'll get it done.
If there is a list of things you require, simply call.
He grabs motions for a pad and hands over, jots some things down on the clean on pad and then hands it to Captain Morgan. I believe that's everything we'll require to need to build one of these.
I'll make sure you get it.
Upon delivery of the goods, it will take approximately, if equipment everything holds out, a month and a half. And even Starfleet engineers would say that's a miracle.
That is a timeline I believe we can live with. Well, let me get out of your hair. I'm sure you have some whips to crack, some skulls to break.
Indeed. Let me be gone before I make you work the shipyard.
He'll tap his comm badge. Expedition 1-2 beam up.
With that, we'll bring this session to a close.